There is a garden, ancient and unseen, nestled in the folds of your mind. You reach it in the hush between your final waking thought and the first breath of sleep. Tonight, the path is clear. Your body rests. Your breathing softens. The world has gone quiet. And now, something begins to open. The gate before you is old, wrought from memory, framed in stillness. It creaks softly in the moonlight. You have passed it many nights without knowing. It does not open with force. It opens with surrender when your shoulders loosen, when the hum of thoughts slows to a hush, when the outside world no longer holds you tight. This is the beginning of sleep, the first stage, where your brain gently drifts from wakefulness to the edges of dreaming. It's called N1, or the hypnagogic state, a whisper between two worlds. Your body begins to relax. Muscles that were once alert now let go, as if exhaling after a long day. Your heartbeat slows. The rhythm inside you realigns with something older than clocks. You may feel a soft jolt here, like a falling sensation or a flicker of a dream. This is your brain testing the gate, asking, "Are we ready to enter?" And if your body agrees, the door swings wider. Your brain's alpha waves, those gentle ripples of quiet focus, begin to fade. In their place, theta waves rise like a tide at night. These waves are slower, deeper, dreamlike. They do not rush. They do not shout. They drift like petals on water. In this state, you may still hear things around you. The rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of distant cars. But those sounds become background music, like a distant memory playing at the edge of consciousness. You are not fully gone, but you are no longer fully here. Imagine your thoughts as lanterns. While awake, you carry them high, burning bright, illuminating everything. But now, one by one, the lanterns dim. Not extinguished, just lowered, until their light is gentle enough to let the stars show through. This is where your brain begins its night work. In the first stage, the thalamus, your brain's sensory gatekeeper, starts to close its gates to the outside world. Fewer messages get through. What you hear, see, and feel fades into the distance. And in that distance, your inner world begins to bloom. Your breathing becomes more rhythmic, your eyelids heavier. Tiny muscles in your fingers and toes twitch, like signals softening. Your body is shifting from readiness to rest. And deeper still, your brain's reticular activating system, the part that helps keep you alert, begins to step aside. It doesn't vanish, simply bows, allowing the quieter systems to rise. The dream weavers, the memory sorters, the emotional commerce, the night workers. You are not falling asleep all at once. You are walking through a series of soft corridors, each one dimmer, slower, quieter than the last. Stage N1 is brief, often just a few minutes, but it is sacred. It's the moment of permission, when your conscious mind lets go of the wheel and your deeper self takes the first step into the garden. This is when your brain begins to clean itself, when glial cells, tiny caretakers of your neural paths, start to sweep away the day's debris. They wait for quiet. They wait for this exact stillness. You may feel like you're drifting in and out of awareness, and that's exactly what's happening. Your mind dips beneath the surface, then returns, checking the gate again. Still open, still safe. Even dreams may begin to flicker here, like candlelight on the edge of sleep. Not full stories yet, but fragments. Images that don't belong to daytime logic. A mountain rising from the ocean. A familiar face with unfamiliar eyes. The sensation of floating just above your bed. And when these images arrive, it's a sign. The gate is open. You are beginning to enter the garden. Here, everything softens. You lose awareness of time. There is no urgency, no decisions to make. Only drifting, only rest. It's important to know that your body is listening. Your nervous system, so often on guard, begins to feel safe enough to turn down its alarms. The sympathetic system, the one that readies you for fight or flight, lowers its voice, and the parasympathetic system rises, encouraging digestion, repair, and gentle renewal. This is your biology's way of saying, "You may rest now. You are safe." And so the garden gate stays open, welcoming you with shadows and scent, lavender and memory, moss and breath. You step further in. The path ahead curves gently, lined with old stone, moon-pale blossoms, and silence. Your senses shift inward. You begin to feel your own stillness. This first stage may be brief, but it holds everything. It is the place where you choose not to hold on anymore, where thoughts are allowed to pass like clouds, where your body begins to trust the night. You are not alone here. Every night, millions of minds pass through the same gate, carrying stories, emotions, and unspoken longings. And the garden accepts them all. Now, as you begin to walk further in, you may feel a deeper weight in your limbs. Not heaviness, but grounding. The body signaling that it's ready for deeper repair. Your breath, now steady, becomes a lullaby for the cells. There is a bench up ahead, carved from old stone. It waits beneath a canopy of dreaming trees. And beyond it, through the mist, another gate slowly appears, leading toward the second stage of sleep, where the body begins its silent work of healing. But for now, you rest here at the edge of the known and the unknown. The gate remains open behind you. The garden welcomes you ahead. And the question begins to form gently, like mist on your lips. What happens? Once you go deeper, you walk deeper now. The path is narrower, softer underfoot. The moss beneath your steps has thickened, cool and welcoming, like the folds of a blanket drawn high. The trees around you are older here. They rise like cathedral spires, their branches arched toward a starless sky. You can't hear them speak, not in words, but something in their stillness hums. The garden is alive with frequencies. Your brain is too. It speaks in rhythms, pulses and waves that rise and fall like breath. Even now, as you drift deeper into sleep, those waves are changing. In the waking world, your mind moves quickly. Beta waves dart like fireflies, fast and bright. But here, in this shaded stretch of night, the rhythm slows. Theta waves have softened the air like velvet. And now, in this next stage of sleep, something stronger arrives. Delta waves. They come slowly, deliberately, like footsteps through snow. Large, sweeping currents of calm. The trees in this part of the garden echo that slowness. Their trunks seem to vibrate not with sound, but with presence. As if each ring of growth holds a frequency you once knew in the womb. This is stage N2 of sleep. A deeper stage. You are no longer hovering between worlds. You are being carried. Here, the brain begins to protect its descent. It shields itself from the outside, using bursts of electrical activity called sleep spindles. They're brief, just seconds long, but powerful. Sleep spindles flicker like fireflies in the trees above you, short, sparkling defenses against disturbance. Their job is to keep you asleep, to silence external sounds, to cradle you inside the night. And then K-complexes, one large wave, a sudden echo of thought, a response to something nearly heard, nearly noticed, but not enough to wake you. They are the guardians of sleep. They come when something brushes the edge of awareness. They say, "Stay where you are. You're safe." Around you, the forest grows denser. You do not fear it. Feels ancient, protective. The air is cooler here and rich with the scent of quiet soil. Imagine your brain as a forest floor, and these waves have these delta frequencies as slow roots threading through the earth. They do not rush. They reach deep, nourishing the places too long left untended. In this stage, your body lowers its anchor. Muscle tone lessens. Movements are quiet. Your heart slows. Your body temperature drops just slightly, like a stream slipping into shadow. And somewhere within, your brain begins memory work. Picks up threads from your day emotions, images, moments half remembered, and weaves them softly into the network of what you know. And sleep strengthens learning. Like the trees, it stores what matters in rings you can't see. The whisper of frequencies is everywhere now. They are not loud. They are not sharp. They are the hush of wind through pine. The murmur of your neurons sorting what to keep and what to let go. You pause on the path. Above, a tree gently cracks its bark. You imagine the sound as a K-complex one echoing wave, protecting the dream you're beginning to enter. There's a sense, deep inside, that you are no longer trying to sleep. You are being guided, carried by currents older than thought. And yet you are still you. A quiet awareness remains, like someone watching from a hill as fog moves in across the valley. You may dream briefly here, not vivid stories yet, but colors, flashes, fragments of a world rearranged. A house without walls, a face made of light, a memory that unfolds backwards. The hippocampus, your brain's librarian, works steadily in the background, deciding what to shelve and what to erase. It listens to the rhythm of these frequencies, choosing the best time to store, to heal, to forget. Here, there is no need for urgency, only patience. The deeper parts of your nervous system now take the lead. Your parasympathetic state deepens. It's like being held in warm water, float supported. Heartbeat quiet. The brain is no longer scanning for threats. The trees, still whispering, begin to form an archway ahead. Their branches lean toward each other, creating a kind of resonance. You feel this in your chest, not like a sound, but like the memory of a lullaby. The delta waves now roll through your brain more frequently, each one a tide that washes away the remnants of the day. Cortisol levels drop. Tension seeps out through your breath. Your body becomes more than relaxed. It becomes ready. Sleep now deepens, not as an escape, but as a restoration. Here, the garden becomes a place of healing. In the quiet, your cells begin to repair. Your immune system calibrates. Growth hormone is released, restoring tissue, mending tiny breaks. You don't feel it. You don't need to. It's the kind of care that happens without asking. The trees seem to understand this. Their roots stretch quietly beneath your feet, reminding you, stillness is a kind of power. You reach a clearing. It is wide and round like the center of a mandala. In the middle stands a tree larger than all the others. Its bark glows faintly with silver, and its leaves do not move in the wind. You sit at its base. The earth here is warm. The air is perfectly still, and the frequencies of those soft, invisible whispers are now inside you. Or maybe they always were. You just had to listen. Sleep has taken you far now, past the gate, past the first flickers of dreaming, and into the domain of rhythm and repair. The path forward is darker still, but it's not frightening. Feels like returning. Ahead lies stage N3, deep sleep, the place of the body's truest restoration. But for now, you rest here, beneath the whispering trees, as their roots hum in frequencies your waking mind has long forgotten. And just before the next descent, you wonder quietly, what dreams might grow from soil like this? You rise from the roots of the whispering trees and follow the sound of water. It is not rushing, it is not falling. It hums, low and round, like a bell rang in another room. The path leads you through a curtain of fog, and then a lake, still as glass, so calm it looks like a sheet of sky laid on the earth. Moonlight doesn't shimmer on it. It sinks into it quietly, like breathing into lungs. This is where the deeper sleep begins. Stage N3, the body's truest restoration, where the gates are closed and the keeper arrives. You sit at the edge. No need to swim. You simply float, your body slowly turning light, mind dipping beneath the surface. Here, under the waterline of consciousness, your brain becomes a cathedral of silence. Neural chatter hushes. Delta waves now flood the cortex in wide, slow rhythms. Less thought, more presence. Each pulse sweeps the landscape clean, and in the deepest chamber of that silence, someone waits. The dream archivist. Not a figure you can see, but a feeling you can trust. Not a librarian with hands, but a rhythm that organizes memory, a keeper of emotional weight. She gathers what you've carried, not just facts and details, but the shadows behind them, the tone in someone's voice, the way the sun fell on the pavement that morning, the feeling of not knowing what to say. One by one, she places them in long, soft drawers of neural tissue, tucking each memory gently into context. She chooses what stays, what fades, what is rewritten in the gentle language of dreams. While she works, your body is at peace. Your heart beats slow and steady. Blood pressure lowers. Muscles release even the last traces of resistance. You do not move. The stillness is sacred, the kind of stillness in which repair begins. Human growth hormone flows freely now. It stitches tiny tears in tissue, heals muscles, bones, and skin. Your immune system recalibrates, marking intruders, building defenses, preparing the fortress of your body, while your mind surrenders. In this lake, nothing is urgent. The archivist does not rush. There is time. Every night there is time for the brain to tend its garden, for the soul to breathe differently. Some memories dissolve in this stage, not from forgetfulness, but from healing. The way a scab falls when skin has closed. The way pain, once given a name, no longer needs to linger. You may not dream vividly here. That comes later. But the roots of dreams are planted now. Emotional echoes are softened, their sharp edges dulled. Fear that once flared is wrapped in gauze. Sadness finds a river to follow. Unspoken things begin to settle. And through it all, the dream archivist keeps moving. She is not a self. She is not a thought. She is a process, pattern, a piece. You float deeper. The lake cradles you like memory foam, holding the contours of who you are and who you've been. Your brain cycles through wave after wave of delta rhythm, each one washing further from the shore of waking. You are unreachable now, and that's a good thing. External stimuli no longer break through. Even loud sounds must pass through multiple gates to touch you. You are shielded. The garden of your mind has closed its petals for the night. In this state, the body may be most asleep, but the work is sacred, the kind that keeps you whole, the kind that makes tomorrow possible. You don't remember the sorting. You don't watch the restoration. You don't hear the soft shuffling of neurons making space. But when you wake, lighter, clearer, with fewer invisible weights pressing on your chest, you'll know she came. The lake begins to ripple. The surface stirs not with breeze, but with the stirring of dreams. The first colors begin to shimmer like oil across water. You do not wake, but something in you begins to imagine. A hallway with no walls, a sky made of stairs, someone calling your name who has never existed. The dream archivist steps back. Her work is nearly done. Delta waves will soon give way to something else. Lighter, flickering, almost electric. You are rising slowly toward the bridge of REM, but not yet. For now, your body rests, fully, truly, and your mind begins to color the silence. You lie beneath the surface, not drowning, but dreaming of air, not conscious, but remembering how to fly. And just before the dream takes shape, just before you break the waterline, A question stirs like a current beneath you. What kind of world will your dreams choose to build next? You drift upward slowly, softly, leaving the dark stillness of the deep lake behind. Your body remains still, peaceful, at rest. But your mind, it begins to shimmer. The world around you changes. You find yourself standing in a long corridor. Its walls are made of shifting colors: amber, violet, soft teal, like moonlight refracted through glass. The floor beneath your feet is solid, but not fixed. You sense it moves with your thoughts, like sand that flows but holds your shape. Doors line both sides of the hallway, stretching into infinity. Each one is unique, some carved from wood with symbols you almost recognize, others pulsing gently, as if breathing in silence. You don't remember building them, and yet you did. This is the lucid corridor. The architect is not separate from you. The architect is your dreaming brain. You walk slowly, barefoot on sensation. There is no rush here, only wonder. Behind each door is a dream. Some are echoes of memory, others inventions born from fragments. The sound of a bird's wings, a scent from childhood, a story you almost told. During REM sleep, rapid eye movement, your brain lights up with extraordinary activity. It is both asleep and awake. Your muscles stay still, locked in safety. But inside, your mind becomes a stage. The prefrontal cortex, the planner, the critic steps aside, and the visual and emotional centers bloom. The amygdala, rich with feeling, paints the air with color. The hippocampus, keeper of memory, hands you the brush. The result? Dream logic. Not nonsense, not randomness, but the meaning was rearranged. The corridor continues. As you walk, you notice doors you've opened before. A familiar beach, a house that never existed, yet you know every room. Faces of people you've never met, but feel love for. This is the brain, rehearsing, reweaving, reimagining life. REM is where stories are born. Here, your brain doesn't simply play with memories. It edits them, mix them with emotion, build mental models, trains for tomorrow. It is problem-solving disguised as adventure, grief wrapped in metaphor, creativity shaped by emotion and subconscious logic. And sometimes you realize you're dreaming, that gentle flicker of lucidity. You stop in the hallway and touch one of the doors. Feels warm, like the sun on old wood. You smile, not knowing why. You don't need to know. In REM, your breathing becomes irregular. Your eyes flicker behind closed lids, as if watching this hallway unfold. Your heart quickens slightly. Your brain waves resemble waking ones. But you are held still, safe, wrapped in a chemical pause. Muscle atonia, they call it. Your body is asleep, so your dreams don't become motionless. So the corridor remains a corridor, not a sleepwalk into waking life. And yet, it feels real. That's marvelous. REM dreams can be vivid, visceral. You can feel wind, taste food, hear voices you haven't heard in years. The dreaming brain doesn't simply mimic waking life. It simulates it. The architect is powerful. It uses emotion as mortar, memory as scaffolding, and creativity as light. Each dream is not random but tailored. Even the strange ones, even the ones you forget. You pass a door with soft music playing on the other side. The tune catches something in your chest, a feeling without a name. Maybe it's joy, maybe it's something older. You do not open it. Not yet. Instead, you step into a dream that has just begun forming. The room inside is a sky, not above you, around you. Clouds drift past like thoughts unspoken. Beneath your feet, nothing, and yet you don't fall. This is how REM feels. Boundless, safe, unreal but convincing. A dream begins. In it, you are both character and writer. You meet someone. You know them, you speak, but not with words. with understanding. You fly, you breathe underwater, you visit a version of your past that never happened. It all feels so right, until it gently changes, and shifts again, not jarring fluid. Scene to scene, emotion to emotion, the dream doesn't obey physics. It obeys metaphor, and you trust it, because here, trusting the mind is the way forward. Outside this REM world, your brain is performing essential tasks. It is consolidating learning, integrating emotion, linking memory with imagination, even improving motor skills in your sleep. The dream, while poetic, is also practice. You are healing, creating, growing, without effort, without waking. You drift through this floating dreamscape, feeling both held and free. And just as the dream begins to fade, not from fear, not from urgency, but from the natural rhythm of the night, you find yourself back in the corridor. The doors stretch ahead once more. Some closed, some are waiting. The hallway grows quieter, softer. The architect steps back. Their work for now is complete. And you begin to descend again, not to waking, but to a different kind of stillness, a lighter phase of sleep, where body and mind begin to balance, where breath steadies, where a gentle integration begins. You walk toward a smaller door at the end of the hall. There is no key. It opens with ease. On the other side, a garden with no walls, where the night continues not as dream, but as awareness without pressure. And as you step through, you feel the question settle softly in your thoughts. If the dreaming mind is an architect, what new shapes will it build with stillness itself? You step into the garden slowly. There is no path, but there is a rhythm. The moon hovers just above the horizon, casting a soft silver glow over everything it touches. You feel the air before you see it warm, weightless, carrying the scent of earth, lavender, and memory. The dream corridor is behind you now, and before you space, open and quiet, like a field waiting for morning. You are lighter here, not just in body but in thought. This is not the deep lake of early sleep, not the vivid theater of dreams. This is the garden of integration, light sleep. It's where the mind tends to its garden, where thoughts are sifted and sorted. Some are planted deeper, others are gently set aside, and some, like petals on wind, are simply released. Your steps make no sound. The grass parts easily beneath your feet. Each blade is soft, as if the world knows not to wake you. Above you, fireflies drift like sparks of awareness, each one a small connection, a neural pathway, growing or fading, based on what your mind chooses to hold. In light sleep, your brain enters a delicate balance. It's not as deep as the early stages, not as theatrical as REM, but it's where most of your night is spent, quietly, rhythmically, doing the work of remembering. Theta waves glide through your mind, slow, calm patterns, not sharp, not rushed, just enough movement to keep the mind alive, without shaking the body awake. You walk to a tree whose roots hum faintly. Its leaves pulse with a dim glow, each one carrying a moment, a feeling, a small truth from your day. You place your hand on the bark. It is warm. In this sleep phase, the hippocampus, the brain's memory gate, sends messages to the cortex. It's like a gardener handing off seeds. Here, it says, this is important. Plant this. Let this one grow. Kind word you heard today. The way sunlight fell on your windowsill. A thought you didn't have time to finish. Your brain holds it gently, like a gardener pressing seeds into soil. You sit beneath the tree, There is no rush. Nothing here demands effort. You are simply a witness. And as you sit, you begin to feel it, the soft tug of pruning. Some memories begin to fade, not from neglect, but by design. The brain cannot keep everything. Synaptic pruning, it's called. The gentle trimming of unused connections. A process as elegant as it is necessary. Just like plants need space to grow, your mind clears what no longer serves. Not out of loss, but to make room. For clarity, for peace. Above you, one of the glowing leaves dims, then floats downward. You watch it fall and vanish before touching the ground. Gone but not mourned. Its lesson remains. A thought once important, now simply quiet. The garden shifts. In the distance, a stream appears, narrow and slow. The surface reflects both stars and memories. You rise and walk toward it. Here, the brain begins weaving, associating, linking today's moments with past ones. Light sleep does not shout. It hums. It mends. You dip your hand into the stream. The water holds feelings. A conversation, a hope, a decision unmade. You let them pass through your fingers. Some stay, some dissolve. This is consolidation. The cortex begins choosing which connections to strengthen, which stories to keep, which ones to let soften into fog. You are part of this even as you rest. The choices your mind makes tonight will shape what you understand tomorrow. And not just facts, emotions too. You sit beside the stream as gentle waves pass by, each one a ripple of memory, being drawn deeper into the mind. This is not forgetting. This is choosing what to carry. You lie back on the grass. The sky above you is vast, filled with stars that feel like intentions, not fixed floating, not bright soft. Breath by breath, your body enters a deeper stillness, muscles loose, heart steady, mind calm, but active in ways you cannot see. You are not asleep to the world. You are sleeping into it, being rewritten, moment by moment, by the quiet work of your own biology. And in this garden, feels sacred. Time does not move forward here. It moves inward, toward understanding, toward peace. You are not doing anything. You are simply becoming. And even that is effortless. One by one, the fireflies begin to drift upward, carrying small bits of you, integrated, whole, healed. You smile, knowing none of this needs your control. It simply happens, because that's what sleep is, not escape, but repair. And this garden, this quiet field of thoughts, is not just a metaphor. It's the brain's nightly tending of what it means to be you. The moon begins to rise higher. You sense the next phase approaching. The deeper stages call again. Not the early lake of sleep, but the second descent. You rise slowly, your footsteps no longer pressing the grass. It floats with you, as if remembering your path. The trees bow slightly, the stream narrows, then disappears into mist. The garden begins to fade, not abruptly, like a lantern slowly closing its eye. And as you step into the next space, a question follows you softly. If the brain can choose what to keep, what gentle truths will it plant next? You are deeper now, deeper than gardens, deeper than dreams. You stand at the edge of an open valley, a place where silence has its own gravity. Here, the world doesn't whisper, it simply breathes. Wide plains of thoughtless quiet stretch before you. Not blank, not empty, but untouched. In this place, your brain becomes something ancient and wise. Not a storyteller, but a cartographer, a silent mapper of all you've lived. You are in slow wave sleep again, deeper even than the first time. In the distance, A stream appears, narrow and slow. The surface reflects both stars and memories. You rise and walk toward it. Here, the brain begins weaving, associating, linking today's moments with past ones. Light sleep does not shout. It hums. It mends. You dip your hand into the stream. The water holds feelings. A conversation, a hope, a decision unmade. You let them pass through your fingers. Some stay, some dissolve. This is consolidation. The cortex begins choosing which connections to strengthen, which stories to keep, which ones to let soften into fog. You are part of this even as you rest. The choices your mind makes tonight will shape what you understand tomorrow. And not just facts, emotions too. You sit beside the stream as gentle waves pass by, each one a ripple of memory, being drawn deeper into the mind. This is not forgetting. This is choosing what to carry. You lie back on the grass. The sky above you is vast, filled with stars that feel like intentions, not fixed floating, not bright soft. Breath by breath, your body enters a deeper stillness, muscles loose, heart steady, mind calm, but active in ways you cannot see. You are not asleep to the world. You are sleeping into it, being rewritten, moment by moment, by the quiet work of your own biology. And in this garden, feels sacred. Time does not move forward here. It moves inward, toward understanding, toward peace. You are not doing anything. You are simply becoming. And even that is effortless. One by one, the fireflies begin to drift upward, carrying small bits of you, integrated, whole, healed. You smile, knowing none of this needs your control. It simply happens, because that's what sleep is, not escape, but repair. And this garden, this quiet field of thoughts, is not just a metaphor. It's the brain's nightly tending of what it means to be you. The moon begins to rise higher. You sense the next phase approaching. The deeper stages call again. Not the early lake of sleep, but the second descent. You rise slowly, your footsteps no longer pressing the grass. It floats with you, as if remembering your path. The trees bow slightly, the stream narrows, then disappears into mist. The garden begins to fade, not abruptly, like a lantern slowly closing its eye. And as you step into the next space, a question follows you softly. If the brain can choose what to keep, what gentle truths will it plant next? You are deeper now, deeper than gardens, deeper than dreams. You stand at the edge of an open valley, a place where silence has its own gravity. Here, the world doesn't whisper, it simply breathes. Wide plains of thoughtless quiet stretch before you. Not blank, not empty, but untouched. In this place, your brain becomes something ancient and wise. Not a storyteller, but a cartographer, a silent mapper of all you've lived. You are in slow wave sleep again, deeper even than the first time, because what you practice, even in sleep, is what you become. The brain is sculpting now, rewiring based on repetition. The circuits that fire together will wire together. And you are not the sculptor tonight. You are the marble, still receptive, waiting to be shaped. The cartographer waits on the other side. They carry no face, only presence. And behind them, the valley of deep learning stretches wide. You cross the bridge and feel something close behind you, a version of yourself slightly more whole, a shadow made of memory. You are not alone in this shaping. You are always growing, beneath your own awareness, because growth is not a lightning strike. It is a moontide, slow, unseen, but powerful. You follow the cartographer across the plain. The stars above pulse in rhythm with your breath. They mark the intervals between memory replays, moments when your brain dips into recall, then returns to silence. Not all memories are welcome. Not all rehearsals are healing. But even those, the difficult, the jagged, can be softened here, edited gently, by distance, by compassion, by rest. You stop and look behind you. A map is forming in the air, not of roads, but of connections. This is the neural cartography of the sleeping brain. Not linear, not logical, but alive. And as you watch, you realize the maps drawn in this place will guide your waking self tomorrow. They are not fixed. They are living. You step off the plane. The cartographer dissolves into starlight. You carry the map now, not in your hands, in your circuits. Ahead, a spiral staircase appears, curves upward, glowing softly. You are not ascending to wakefulness, not yet, but the air is shifting, a warmth in your chest, a softness behind your eyes. Something begins to stir, a faint flutter of story. Not quite a dream, not quite. You take the first step. The staircase winds toward another phase of sleep, another landscape, another kind of knowing. And as you climb, a question echoes gently in the space around you. If your brain redraws the map each night, what new paths might tomorrow reveal? You are deeper now, deeper than gardens, deeper than dreams. You stand at the edge of an open valley, a place where silence has its own gravity. Here, the world doesn't whisper, it simply breathes. Wide plains of thoughtless quiet stretch before you. Not blank, not empty, but untouched. In this place, your brain becomes something ancient and wise. Not a storyteller, but a cartographer, a silent mapper of all you've lived. You are in slow-wave sleep again, deeper even than the first time. This phase, often called N3, is like standing inside the architecture of your own mind. And the architect is you. Though your body is still, your mind is drawing maps, not with ink, but with waves, delta waves, slow, wide, powerful. They roll like tides across the cortex, synchronizing distant brain regions, in rhythms that speak no words, but carry deep meaning. You walk forward, your steps soft, as if the ground itself is listening. Ahead of you stands a figure, not a person exactly, more a presence. They hold no tools, no compass, no scroll, only stillness. And from that stillness, maps begin to form. This is the part of your brain that replays, not like a movie, but like a musician practicing a song in the dark. Earlier, you tried to learn something, a movement, a phrase, a new skill. Perhaps it felt like fumbling. But now, your brain plays it back in perfect silence, over and over, faster and cleaner, until it settles. Procedural memory, the memory of doing, not just knowing, is reinforced now, far from the noise of waking life. In a study, pianists practiced a new song. Their waking progress was subtle, but after sleep, they played more fluently, not because they practiced longer, but because their minds practiced without them. That is what happens here. You pass under a stone archway, etched not with words but with waves. The pattern repeats, slow, slow, deep, like breathing underwater. You think of riding a bicycle, tying shoelaces, learning a name. Your brain does not store these as files. It stores them as circuits, pathways of electricity and expectation. And here, in the stillness of slow-wave sleep, those circuits glow, replayed, strengthened, mapped. You step into a clearing where the ground hums faintly. Beneath your feet, a grid begins to shine, each line a route, each intersection a decision once made. The cartographer is at work, You kneel, placing a hand on the earth. Pulses. This is reactivation, a process where the hippocampus replays patterns, so the cortex can absorb them, like retracing your steps, until the trail becomes part of you. Even the dreams you don't remember, the ones without story or speech, are part of this reactivation. Sensory fragments, echoes of gestures, the warmth of someone's voice. It all returns now, without your asking, because your mind knows what to strengthen. You rise and walk on. The air is thick with meaning, not emotion, not thought, but the quiet certainty that something is becoming real, beneath the surface. This is not a place for doing. It is a place for shaping. Your brain is not idle when you sleep. It is rehearsing life, not just what happened, but what it meant, and what it will mean tomorrow. You approach a bridge made of light. It stretches across a silent river, its surface flickering with half-formed memories. You step onto the bridge. Each footfall triggers a ripple of recognition, a name, pattern, a feeling, and beneath it all, a question forms. What do you wish to keep repeating? Because what you practice, even in sleep, is what you become. The brain is sculpting now, rewiring based on repetition. The circuits that fire together will wire together. And you are not the sculptor tonight. You are the marble, still receptive, waiting to be shaped. The cartographer waits on the other side. They carry no face, only presence. And behind them, the valley of deep learning stretches wide. You cross the bridge and feel something close behind you, a version of yourself slightly more whole, a shadow made of memory. You are not alone in this shaping. You are always growing, beneath your own awareness, because growth is not a lightning strike. It is a moontide, slow, unseen, but powerful. You follow the cartographer across the plain. The stars above pulse in rhythm with your breath. They mark the intervals between memory replays, moments when your brain dips into recall, then returns to silence. Not all memories are welcome. Not all rehearsals are healing. But even those, the difficult, the jagged, can be softened here, edited gently, by distance, by compassion, by rest. You stop and look behind you. A map is forming in the air, not of roads, but of connections. This is the neural cartography of the sleeping brain. Not linear, not logical, but alive. And as you watch, you realize the maps drawn in this place will guide your waking self tomorrow. They are not fixed. They are living. You step off the plane. The cartographer dissolves into starlight. You carry the map now, not in your hands, in your circuits. Ahead, a spiral staircase appears, curves upward, glowing softly. You are not ascending to wakefulness. Not yet, but the air is shifting. A warmth in your chest, a softness behind your eyes. Something begins to stir, a faint flutter of story. Not quite a dream, not quite. You take the first step. The staircase winds toward another phase of sleep, another landscape, another kind of knowing. And as you climb, a question echoes gently in the space around you. If your brain redraws the map each night, what new paths might tomorrow reveal? The staircase you climb curves softly, each step feathered with light. There is no hurry here. Only the ascent is slow and quiet. The silence of deep sleep is fading now. It doesn't vanish, transforms. As you rise, you begin to feel it, a flicker behind your closed eyes, like the shimmer of sunlight behind clouds. You step onto a landing where the air feels thinner, not cold, but charged, like the quiet before a symphony. This is the place where dreams begin. Your breath remains deep, your body still rests, but your brain, It stirs. Welcome to the threshold of REM sleep. Rapid eye movement. The phase of sleep that hums with narrative. Rich with imagination. Ripe with emotion. You stand before a pool. Its surface reflects not your face, but moments fragments. A conversation unfinished. Place you've never seen. The feeling of flying, or falling, or returning. The pool begins to ripple, and from its center, a story forms. REM sleep is where your brain begins to dream in color. Not just visual, but emotional, vivid, alive. Unlike the slow waves of NREM sleep, your brain now activates like a theater. Lights up in the visual cortex, the limbic system, the emotional core, the areas that make meaning out of memory. Yet logic dims. The prefrontal cortex, the rational judge, softens into the background. And so you're free. Free to imagine, to blend, to wander. You lean forward, and the pool lifts into mist. It surrounds you gently, warm, pulsing with potential. Your feet leave the ground. There is no gravity here, no direction. This is the paradox of REM. Your brain becomes more active, but your body remains still. A kind of nightly paralysis, protecting you from acting out your dreams. Floating now, you drift through a forest that's also a memory. The trees shimmer green but not green. They pulse with thoughts you didn't know you kept. You touch one, and it becomes a piano key, a scent, a hallway from childhood. Emotion first, then imagine, then movement. In REM sleep, your mind pulls pieces from everywhere. The past, the present, imagined futures, and stitches them into dreamscapes. It doesn't seek coherence. It seeks integration, a recent sadness, a fleeting joy, a problem you left unresolved. In dreams, these mix not to solve, but to soothe, to reshape. You pass a mirror in the woods. Inside it, your reflection changes shape. You see yourself from different angles, not just physically, but emotionally. Your mind is rehearsing feelings now, testing scenarios, trying on life. And through this, something remarkable happens. Emotional memories, especially the raw ones, are reprocessed during REM. It's as if the brain dips them in water, spins them gently, wrings out the harshness, and hang them to dry in a softer shape. Scientists have found that people deprived of REM struggle more with emotional regulation. The dream isn't just decoration, it's therapy. You drift upward through a sky that changes color with your breath. The stars blink in unfamiliar patterns, each one a story you might tell someday. And yet, there is no storyteller, just the story being told, spontaneous and strange. You fly over a city that feels like a secret. Its streets are formed from synapses, flashing, flickering, connecting. REM sleep is believed to play a role in creativity too, not because it solves problems, but because it allows ideas to meet that never would in daylight. The city below is filled with chance meetings, a poem and a memory, a worry and a wild hope, a song you haven't heard yet. They merge, and some new forms. You smile in your sleep. A street lamp flickers into a doorway. You walk through it. Inside, the theater. No seats, no audience, just a stage. And upon it, a version of you, dreaming. You watch as scenes unfold. Familiar, absurd, emotional. They don't need to make sense. They need to be felt. REM dreams often weave symbolic stories, where the real and the imagined blur. And even if you forget them, your brain remembers the feeling they left behind. You descend into the dream, merging with it. You become the actor again, the sky again, the forest again. Time twists, a second stretches into a scene. A dream blinks past in a heartbeat. Your brain cycles through REM sleep every 90 minutes or so, with each cycle growing longer toward morning. And this first REM episode is just the beginning, a testing ground, a painter's first stroke. You find yourself at the edge of the pool once more. It has calmed. The images fade. The dream dims. You are not awake. You are not fully gone from it either. This is the curious rhythm of sleep. One stage flowing to the next, then returning again. You sit beside the pool. The air is filled with quiet echoes of the dream. A glance, a color, a half-spoken word. You know none of it happened, and yet something in you feels changed. REM is the mind's rehearsal of meaning, without judgment, without rules. And now, your body prepares to drift again, deeper into the rhythm of another cycle. You rise from the pool. Behind you, the dream softens into mist. Ahead, a long hallway opens. The walls are made of soft velvet though. You feel calm, but curious. The next door is unmarked. Only a question carved faintly above. What happens when the mind and body begin to repair each other? You walk forward, ready to find out. The door opens without sound. You step inside, and the first thing you feel is warmth. Not from any source, but from the stillness itself. The room is vast, dim, lined with soft walls that pulse faintly, like the rhythm of a sleeping heart. You are in stage N3, the deepest phase of non-REM sleep. Some call it slow-wave sleep, but here it feels like stepping into the center of a temple, built from time and silence. There are no sharp thoughts here, no colors, no dreams, only a sense of soft falling inward, into rest, into repair. The air is thicker. Time stretches like velvet. You breathe slowly, deeply, and with each breath, something inside begins to mend. You notice long, delicate threads, suspended in the air like silver vines. Some are tangled, some are frayed, others shine with fresh clarity. This room, this phase of sleep, is the brain's workshop. Each thread is a synapse, a connection between neurons, and in this place, your brain begins to prune what is no longer needed, to strengthen what is. You gently touch a thread, and feel a faint pulse of memory, a moment from your day, faint, half-formed. Here, during deep sleep, your brain replays what it has learned. It decides what to keep, what to forget. This is not judgment. It's balanced. The noise of the day is filtered. The signal is preserved. A glowing stream of light weaves through the room. It moves slowly, methodically. This is the glymphatic system, your brain's self-cleaning river. While you rest, it flows through the folds of your mind, clearing out waste, removing what the waking hours leave behind. Toxins, stress chemicals, metabolic leftovers, all gently washed away. In this silent, liquid ritual, you watch as the stream brightens around tangled knots, gently unwinding them. This is how the brain stays clear, how cognition stays sharp, how emotional burdens loosen. Your body, too, has joined the ceremony. In this stillness, growth hormone flows, mending tissue, repairing muscles, rebuilding what was worn. You lie down on a bed woven from breath and starlight. You do not feel weight, only the quiet knowledge that healing is happening. Deep, unseen, and sacred. Your heart beats more slowly now. Your blood pressure gently drops. This is not sleep for dreaming. This is sleep for rebuilding. You are not a passenger here. You are the architect, even as you rest. The glowing threads above your bed begin to rearrange. Not hurried, not random. Each movement is elegant, purposeful. This is memory consolidation. your mind choosing what matters. Not facts, but meaning. It strengthens the pathways you'll need tomorrow, and lets fade the ones you won't. You see two glowing orbs in the room now. Your amygdala, the center of fear, and your hippocampus, the archivist of memory. Tonight, during this deep sleep, they are talking softly. The amygdala quiets, its edges rounded. The hippocampus listens, then stores. This communication helps you wake with fewer sharp edges, fewer echoes of worry. You're not erasing pain. You're reframing it, making space around it, letting your system integrate, not carry. A soft hum fills the room. It isn't sound. It's the rhythm of the delta waves, the slowest brain waves, rising and falling like ocean swells. Each wave brings a layer of healing, each swell a release. You float on them now, held by their certainty, moved by their rhythm. And here is a secret. You won't remember this stage when you wake. You won't recall the exact room, the glowing threads, the cleansing stream, but your body will, your mind will. You will rise clearer, more whole, carrying a lightness you didn't know you needed. In the corner of the room, you see a gentle flicker, a signal. It's the suprachiasmatic nucleus, your brain's timekeeper, checking the rhythm, preparing to nudge you into the next phase. The slow waves begin to lift, not end, just soften. The silver threads retract, tucked away for tomorrow night. The cleansing stream narrows. This work is complete for now. You rise from the bed, not with effort, but as if gravity has changed. The door at the far end of the room glows pale blue. You approach it slowly, carrying no memories, but a deep sense of renewal. As you reach for the handle, you feel one last rhythm within you, the echo of the slow wave, carried like music. In the chambers of your heart, you open the door and step into a hallway of morning light. But it's not time to wake. Not yet. There is still one more cycle to come, one final rhythm to feel. And as you walk toward the light, you begin to wonder, what do the last dreams of the night know that the first ones do not? The sky above you begins to shift, not to daylight, not yet, but to something softer, like the pale blush of thought returning. You've wandered far, through gates of memory, through rooms of healing, across rivers of rhythm and reason. And now, you find yourself once more, within the moon garden. It hasn't changed, and yet, it knows you're different. Your breath carries more stillness now. Your steps feel lighter. You walk the winding path with no need to hurry. Above you, the stars are dimming. Not gone, just quieter. It's the sign your body understands before thought returns. The final phase is near. Your brain enters REM sleep, the rapid eye movement stage. But here, feels like a bridge of mist, the last passage between the deep night and the coming light. You lie beneath a flowering tree. The blossoms drift down, each one a dream, fragile, curious, impossible to explain after it passes. This is where the emotional knots finally loosen. REM sleep is paradoxical. Your brain is active, nearly as much as when you're awake, but your body remains still, held in soft paralysis, so you can travel the landscapes of your mind without acting them out. You dream now, not as memory, but as a metaphor. Strange symbols rise, not to confuse you, but to weave new meanings from the fabric of your day. In REM, your brain pulls together the emotional puzzles. It reinterprets, recolors, remixes. This is the garden's final bloom, a flowering of understanding that doesn't need words. You are not solving your life here. You are softening into it, accepting, rebalancing, somewhere in your prefrontal cortex. that place of decision and identity. The lights are flickering back on. Slowly. It's not full of wakefulness, but it is the first note of return. And as your eyes begin to shift behind their lids, your sympathetic nervous system begins to stir. Your temperature rises slightly. Your breathing changes. You are being invited, not pushed, back to the surface. You sit now at the edge of a small pond in the garden. The surface is still. Then it ripples. You see moments from your dreams, not the exact images, but the feeling of them. A strange house, a mountain that breathed, a wordless conversation with someone you've never met. None of it makes perfect sense, but all of it leaves you changed. Scientists say that during REM, your brain strengthens emotional intelligence. It improves pattern recognition. It allows creativity to bloom. But you don't need to know the terms to feel what is true. You rise from this sleep, more whole than when you entered it. The garden path begins to slope gently upward. Not a climb, a lift. The light is warmer now, not harsh, but golden. You follow a trail of petals, each one holding a memory your mind has chosen to keep. A face that made you smile, a moment of bravery, something you learned without knowing. You pass the great tree again, its leaves now whispering softly, as if to say, you were never lost. You were only resting. And now you see it again. The gate, the same one from the beginning, but this time, it opens the other way. You pause. Something in your body resists, not from fear, but from longing. The night has held you so gently. The science, the systems, the rhythms, they were not cold mechanics. They were lullabies, written in molecules. You place your hand on the gate. Feels warm. You glance back once. At the moon garden, the soft pathways, this breathing silence. You know it will be here again. Each night, each time you close your eyes and drift inward, the gate opens. You feel gravity return. The world stirs beyond the threshold. Your eyelids begin to flutter. Muscle tone returns. Light presses gently against your senses. But still, you wait one more breath, because now you understand. Waking is not an alarm. It is blooming. You cross the gate, and as the dream dissolves, your waking mind receives what the night has offered, not in words, but in quiet knowing. And somewhere deep inside you, the garden remains, waiting.